YouTube Night Watchers. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, TikTok Night Watchers. How are you? So, I came up here to my media room to check and make sure that everything was charged up and ready to go. The YouTube Twisted Tales Live has been going for 3 days straight. What the heck? I am, let's see. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. There we go. Live. What is it doing? Open. Okay, now it's showing. Hello, everyone. Come on in, make yourselves at home. I'm sorry that I wasn't on last night. I was feeling under the weather. Still am, but I am going to push through tonight. Hey, Mary. How are you, darling? Hello, hello, hello. Mary, are you the only one in YouTube tonight? I see you. Hello, Amy. Hello, Vicky. How are you? Hello, Lisa K. Thank you for the follow. Hey, Julie. Hey, Judy. I am going to push through. I had so many direct messages today asking, where were you? And it was just like a moment decision. I was just like, I can't do it. Hello, Charlene. Tonight is True Crime Tuesday, and the cases I'll be telling tonight are one that is absolutely chilling, the Tara Calico case. Have you heard of it? And the Green River Unaliver. Hello, Court Jesus Kid. Oh, thank you, Vicky. Thank you. Thank you, Court Jesus Kid. I appreciate that. Hey, Pod Mom. I have definitely been feeling the prayers and the well wishes going up for me today. Hey, Bugsy. I'm hanging in there. I know, because I came in and I was fussing at Citrine, which is perfectly normal in my world, and then I looked, and I was like, uh-oh. And the live was still going. I was like, wow, this has happened probably 2 or 3 times. Hey Martha, hey Pamela, hey XJ, hey Kimberly, hey Miranda, hey Bossman, hey Blue Eye Blonde. I'm so glad you like it, Acid TV. So happy to hear that. Come on in, let's start sharing the live. I tried to post content today about it, and I don't know what happened to the post. Very odd. Everyone is telling me they did not see it, so I'm not exactly sure. Hey, Leslie Marie. We're going to start here at 8:10. I know, I hated to miss it. I really, truly did. Hey, Brandy Joe. How are you, darling? Oh, good, Bugsy. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. Let's see. 1 minute. Let me put it on my favorite music. It is dark. It is chilling. And I really like this one because it can go with any type of story that I tell, honestly. Hey Missy, hey Roxy, hello. We are so close to hitting that 300 mark on YouTube. Thank you so, so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna do it. We're going to monetize on YouTube. Mark my words. Hello, Rose Wiles. How are you? Can y'all see the stories on screen? I'm having a lot of people asking me what the stories are. Do you see them? Okay, perfect. I try, Bugsy. I try.
Bluetooth mode. Bluetooth connected.
This is one of my favorite nights. True crime has always been something that has fascinated me. I think I should have probably been a detective or in a homicide or something as much as I like it. So this is one of my favorite nights. I forget who it was that told me about Terra Calico. It was one of my night watches, one of my wonderful night watches. Was it you, Pom Mom? It might have been. I had never heard of the case, never. And it is absolutely chilling. But first, let's get ready for the night of stories. Lower your lights. Lock your doors. Pull your curtains nice and tight, because what we talk about tonight does exist. How is it that a story begins? Ah, yes. Once upon a time. But wait, that's for fairy tales. That's for fiction. This is real. Wrap yourself in your warmest blanket as I begin the true story of Terra Calico. But first, how is the music? Let me know in both platforms if you would, please. Also, this is a safe, loving, warm, and welcome community. We do not allow harassment of any kind, no shape, no form, no fashion. We love vampires, but we don't like energy vampires. So, in the words of my grandmother, if you can't say anything positive, don't say nothing at all. Shh. And let's begin. Music good? Okay, very nice. Hey, Jester. This is the Terra Calico case. Chapter 1. First person. Terra Calico's mother. I will never forget the morning that I last saw my daughter. It was September the 20th, 1988. We lived in a small town called Belen, New Mexico. It was small and quaint. Nothing bad ever happened in our town. Ever. I remember waking up that morning and seeing Tara in the kitchen. She was grabbing her Walkman like she always does. She was filling a bottle full of water. I remember looking out the kitchen window and thinking, it's such a pretty morning. Hey, Tara, what if I go with you? I remember Tara looked at me. Mom, you know I go by myself. I'll be back at noon. Those were the last words I heard from my daughter. I looked out the window. I saw her get on her bike. I remember thinking, the sky is so blue and there's not one cloud. Perfect day for a bike ride. Before the Polaroid, before the photograph haunted the back seat of America's nightmares, before the theories, before the silence, there was just a girl on the bike on a stretch of highway that swallowed her whole. Her name was Tara Lee Calico. She was 19 years old. First person, Tara's friend. Tara was so smart. She was so smart and so bright and opinionated about everything. She had a comeback for everything that I said to her. Her and I had known each other since grade school. She loved tennis, Van Halen, and her favorite author was Stephen King. She'd laugh with her whole face. You know how some people just laugh with a portion, maybe their eyes or their mouth, but she laughed with her whole face. And I remember telling her she had a baby face, meaning it's like she just didn't age. She was 19, but she still looked the same that she did when we went to middle school. But then at times, I could see her maturity in her mouth, the way she carried herself. She was a girl, but she was becoming a woman at once too. First person, Tara's mother. We were so proud of Tara. She was a college sophomore. She excelled at everything that she touched. It didn't matter what it was. She was studying psychology. My daughter wanted to help people. She even talked about opening a practice one day. Her and her boyfriend were talking potential engagement. My daughter had plans. She had plans. I just don't understand. Every morning around 9:30 a.m., Tara Calico rode her pink Huffy bike along Highway 47 in Belen, New Mexico, every morning without fail. It was her route. She drove 10 miles out and rode 10 miles back every day. Just open desert A narrow stretch of road and silence. First person, Tara's mother. It was dry that morning. It was 80 degrees and it was climbing. I remember yelling out the door at her, "Did you get your water bottle?" She was gone. I remember sunlight hazed the edges of the pavement. The wind barely moved that day. I just still think back to what would have happened if I had have insisted on going with her that day. I didn't want to overcrowd her. She was 19 and she liked to process her thoughts, her emotions, her future. Well, normally, I would maybe have pushed it a little bit more, but I did have an errand to run later that afternoon. And I remember the night before, I told her that I wanted to start going with her more just to get some exercise. Tara Calico grabbed her Walkman, slipped in her Boston cassette, grabbed her yellow Sony headphones, and off she went. But night dwellers, she never came home. First person, Tara's mother. I can't explain how punctual that Tara was. She ran on a clock, and when she told me that she would be home by noon, that's what she meant. She'd be home by noon. I knew something was wrong. I knew it. I could feel it in my gut. Something was wrong. Tara always returned between 11:30 and 12 o'clock p.m. sharp. She was scheduled to play tennis with her boyfriend that afternoon. I just remember looking out the window, and there was no bike, no sign of her. Something was wrong. I knew that. By 12:05, Patty, Tara's mother, was driving the highway herself, searching, scanning the shoulders of the roads, rolling down her window and calling Tara's name. But the echoes just came right back to Patty. She hoped that her daughter had just had a flat tire and maybe stopped for a break, perhaps. Maybe. But as much as she said maybe, the road was still empty. I pulled over on the shoulder, and there was just heat and wind and miles of scrub brush and sand and silence as far as I could see. First person, a detective with the Valencia Sheriff's Department. I prefer not to give my name. I work with the Valencia County Sheriff's Department. I'm a detective there. I got a call from my sheriff saying that we had a mom that was calling in and she was in a panic. She said that her daughter had not came home from a bike ride. I remember we were questioning it because she was supposed to be home by 12. It was 3 o'clock. Maybe she was somewhere that she didn't want her mother to know about. It happens. We tried to calm her down. I called her and I told her, Miss Calico, is there a chance that Tara's just out with her friends? I mean, she's 19. She's almost an adult. She'll come back when she's ready. But us moms, we know better, don't we? I never heard so much confidence in her voice when she said, I know my daughter. And if my daughter tells me that she's going to be home at 12 o'clock, she's going to be home at 12 o'clock. Something is wrong. That day on the phone, Patty told me that she remembered the time weeks earlier when Tara came home and she was rattled. First person, Tara's mother. Yeah, I remember Tara she hopped off her bike and she threw it down in the yard and she ran in the house. And I asked her what was wrong, and she said, I think a truck is following me. I suggested to my daughter that she change up her route and vary in the time and always looking over her shoulder. Mom, I'm not going to adapt my life because of someone else. That was her. That was Tara. One thing I can say is Tara Calico never let fear win. She didn't stop writing. She went at the same time as she used to. First person, the Sheriff's Department, a detective. Looking back on it, we probably should have opened up an investigation way sooner than we did, but we opened an official investigation 48 hours later. But by then, the highway had already begun to forget. We were searching through some brush, an area that we knew that Tara, her bike route was on. And that's when we found it. Just cast aside in the high grass. It was a broken piece of Tara's Walkman. It was a Boston cassette that was cracked in half. And there were tire marks there, but they weren't from a bike. No. The tire marks were from a vehicle. Possibly a truck. Possibly the truck that Tara Calico had seen a few weeks earlier and told her mother was following her. There were skid marks, sharp, aggressive, like something had stopped fast or turned suddenly. First person, the detective with the sheriff's department. Witnesses came forward. 5 separate people came forward. They said they saw something. They all described seeing a white or light colored pickup truck, possibly a Ford F-150. One woman claimed that it was following a girl on a pink bike around 10:30 that morning. Some said they saw 2 men inside the truck cab, but no one got a plate, no one stopped. And after that morning, well, there was no trace of her. By no trace, that means that Calico was gone. No blood, no bike, no trace of her, other than her broken Walkman, a broken cassette tape, and tracks. First person, Tara's mother. I just couldn't believe how easy that she was gone. She just disappeared. Just gone. For a few days, I just stood in the yard and just watched, hoping and praying that I would see her coming back to me. I had a mirage of her. I saw her pedaling that bike fast, smiling at me, waving. It was like everything just went on as normal. The highway kept on humming with traffic. The desert didn't speak. It didn't give away its secrets. And my daughter, who had plans for the future, she became a ghost. Chapter 2. Something turns up. Port St. Joe, Florida, June the 15th, 1989. Exactly 9 months after Tara had disappeared. First person, Tara's mother. The desert had given me no answers. The sheriff's office had no leads. I knew, I could feel it in my heart that Tara had went through something terrible. The Calico family had begun to haunt their own house. Every corner a memory of their daughter, Tara Calico. Tara's posters had started to fade on telephone poles. They would put up fresh ones. A rainstorm would come. A dust storm would come. And another poster would fade into oblivion. Tips had gone completely cold. Tara was on the phone with the police every few days. Have you found anything? Is there anything that's turned up about her? She wasn't going to let the case go. Would you, if your daughter was missing, or your son? And then one day I heard the phone ring. And I got up and I went and answered it. And it was the detective. She said that they had found a photo of Tara. June the 15th, 1989, Port St. Joe, Florida. A woman walked out of a convenience store, groceries in hand. She was headed to her car when she noticed something on the ground in the parking space beside hers. It was a Polaroid photo, face down. She picked it up, she turned it over, and she froze. Let me see if I can locate a picture of this chilling picture. First off, I'll start by showing the picture of Tara. Tara Calico, 19 years old, had her whole life ahead of her. Plans of being a psychologist, helping people. And then this photo. A girl and a boy bound, gagged. Can you imagine after 9 months of your daughter being gone, missing, just randomly a photo appearing in a convenience store parking lot, states away? Can you imagine that? This one might be a little more clear for you, hopefully. Crazy, absolutely crazy. So now that gives you some perspective on this story that we're sharing tonight. In the photo, a teenage girl, long brown hair, wide brown eyes, full of fear, full of terror, lying on her side on what looked like a dirty sheet. And next to her was a younger boy, both gagged with duct tape, both bound at the wrist and ankles. Behind them was a pale wall, a cabinet, a copy of a book, My Sweet Audrina by V.C. Andrews. But it wasn't the scene that paralyzed the woman. It was the look in the girl's eyes, staring directly into the camera as she was being told to do. Not screaming, not struggling, just waiting. The woman called the police immediately. The photo made its way to the FBI, to Florida State investigators, and then to New Mexico. First person, Patty Calico, Tara's mother. I knew. When they told me that they had the picture, I was terrified to look, because it was going to bring all my fears over the past 9 months to life. And when I saw her, I recognized her immediately. I remember I cried out, "That's her face. That's her scar. That's her." Tara had a distinctive scar on the back of her calf from a car accident years ago. And in the photo, the girl's leg is angled just right. Patty was able to see it and knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was her daughter. And what was even worse was the book, My Sweet Audrina. It was Tara's favorite novel that she kept in her backpack. The boy that was next to Tara in the photograph was never positively identified, but many believe it may have been Michael Henley. Now get this. He was a child who had gone missing in New Mexico just months before Tara had. The Calico family was absolutely certain the girl in the photo was Tara. It was their daughter, alive, terrified, and still out there. First person, Patty Calico, Tara's mother. I just didn't understand it. I told them that that was her, that was her photo, that was her scar on the back of her leg. I know my daughter, and I know the literature that she read. But law enforcement, they weren't so sure that it was her. The photo was sent off to Scotland Yard experts, and they claimed that the photo was not Tara. The FBI couldn't reach a consensus about it. Some photo analysts pointed out inconsistencies while others swore it was a match, a definite match. The image went to television. It was on Unsolved Mysteries, A Current Affair, 2020. America stared at it in disbelief. And somewhere, if she was still alive, Tara stared back. First person, the woman who found the photo in the parking lot. I just walked in to buy a pack of cigs, and I was craving some chocolate milk, and I walked out. I would have never seen that photo if I hadn't walked around to the passenger side to put my bag in. I was having problems rolling down my window. So, anyway, that doesn't matter. I will say this though. I saw a white van, and it was parked in that same space only moments earlier before I came out of the store. May lightning strike me if I didn't. The woman claimed that inside the van were two men, one with a mustache, and by the time the police arrived, they were gone. And the van, it was never seen again. The image is still out there. It's still circulating. It's still being analyzed. But no one knows how it got there. There were no video cameras that were working at the store. No one knows who took it, or why it was dropped there that day, or if it was even meant to be found at all. But it was found. And the look in Tara Calico's eyes, and the eyes of that boy, still haunts, still asks, still begs, why hasn't anyone come for us? Chapter 3, The Family That Wouldn't Let It Go. Baleen, New Mexico, 1989 to 1992. Patty had remarried. She used to be the kind of mother who packed lunches, wiped tears, and folded socks. But after her 19-year-old daughter, Tara Calico, went missing, she became something else. At first she did what mothers are told to do. Stay at home, wait by the phone, be ready. So she waited, and she believed in what law enforcement said. She trusted the system. Why? Because she had no one else that she could trust. And then that very system that she had put all of her hope in failed her. I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I made flyers by the thousands. We posted them everywhere, put them on every windshield of every car, in grocery stores, department store parking lots, churches, schools, everywhere that you could think of. I called every radio station. I taped posters to gas station doors. I had so many paper cuts on my fingers. I learned how to speak like a lawyer and curse like a cop. I memorized case law. I interviewed witnesses, even though the cops told me not to do it. I filed FOIA requests because no one else was doing it. They had given up. They didn't want to say that to my face, but they had given up. And my daughter's case was becoming colder and colder by the second. When the Polaroid surfaced, Patty screamed it from the rooftops. That's my daughter. I took it to the FBI. I took it to state agencies, to anyone with a badge and a flashlight. But every response always came back inconclusive. I wanted to just lay down and just quit, but I kept pushing. I got a P.O. box for tips, just for tips. I kept a spiral notebook beside my phone, every name, every sighting, everything that turned into a dead end. I mapped theories across my kitchen wall like a detective. My new husband threatened that he was going to leave me because he just couldn't deal with it. It was like I was a woman obsessed. You're darn right, I was obsessed. Would you be? If it was your daughter that had vanished into thin air. I mapped things with strings, pins, faces, names. My family said that I was going crazy, that I was going off the deep end, and maybe I was. Maybe I was. But madness looks a lot like justice when nobody else is looking. It was in 1990 that Patty decided to try something bold. Patty and John bought billboard space, not just in New Mexico, across the country. Each one showed Tara's face. Next to it in black block letters, "Have you seen me?" She funded it completely herself. And billboard ads are not cheap. First person, Patty. I sold jewelry. I took out a loan. I gutted my savings. We had to refinance the house. Because if the cops wouldn't search for her, I'd make the world do it for them. I wasn't going to let her die. I couldn't. But the fact is, time is cruel. Memories fade. Leads dry up like the desert. And law enforcement, they started backing away. They said the case lacked evidentiary support. That's how the sheriff phrased it. Evidentiary support. What they meant was, we've stopped looking. I never did. I never did stop looking for her because I believed that Tara was alive. I felt like she was under arrest, but I felt like she was alive and that she was being held and she was moved from place to place and that she was used. She said it in every interview. Tara's out there. I know it. I feel it. And if Tara could see the TV, if she could just hear her mother's voice, maybe she'd know her mother was still coming, still searching, still looking for her every day, even though everybody else had stopped. It was in 1991 that Patty was hospitalized with exhaustion. She collapsed during a press conference. A doctor told her she had to stop. I remember when my doctor told me that I had to stop, that it was going to hurt my health, that I might not make it. I couldn't stop. A psychic medium mailed her a sketch. It was a teenager in a dark room with chains on her ankles, TV playing static in the corner. Patty didn't believe in psychics, mediums, but she framed it anyway, because it was something when the world gave her nothing. At this point, her marriage was completely strained. Her eyes had grew hollow. She lost weight. Patty grew bitter. But still, she kept going. You know, I actually had some friends, close friends, family. They said, let's have a memorial for her. We can do something real nice, something real pretty. No. Because when you believe your child is still alive, you don't bury her. You search. You search. Chapter 4. The Man in the Pickup Truck. Highway 47, September 1988 to present. When Tara disappeared, 5 witnesses came forward. 5 people, all on the same stretch of Highway 47, all describing the exact same thing: a white or light gray pickup truck, possibly a late model Ford. It had a camper shell on the back of it and 2 men inside. They all said that. No one changed their story. Each witness said the truck stayed too close to Tara's bike, following her for several miles and matching her pace, and then it was gone. Patty Calico claimed that Tara had come home weeks before the disappearance and that she was rattled. She told her mother that someone was following her, the same stretch of road, same type of truck. She said the driver was staring at her oddly, never passed her, never waved, just drove behind her. Slow, deliberate. I can promise you that if my daughter said that, she's going nowhere. Tara had started switching up her ride times after that. Sometimes She would leave at 9:15, sometimes at 9:40, others claimed, but her mother said Tara never changed up her routine. She did not want to stay unpredictable. She wasn't going to live in fear. But that morning, her mother wishes that she had not left at her usual time. She was predictable. One witness said the truck passed her before she saw Tara, and then half a mile down the road she saw a bike, a pink bike, and then she said there was nothing. Another said he saw the driver pull over, but no plate was ever recorded. And when the leads were forwarded to the sheriff's office, they stalled completely. The Calico family begged for a sketch artist, begged for a composite drawing. Did you know that they never got one? I guess my thing is, if you see a truck at a slow pace following a girl on a bike, I'm just in shock. I would have did something. Even if it was trying to get the license plate, I would have did something. That is odd, that is out of character. What would you do? In 1989, an anonymous call came in from a woman who claimed she had seen two men loading a pink bike in the bed of a truck just south of Valencia County. But she couldn't remember the exact location. She never left a name, and her call was never traced. Over the years, multiple psychics, tipsters, and amateur sleuths have all come back to one theory: the truck. Some believe it belonged to someone that was local, someone known, maybe even protected. There were rumors of two brothers, teenagers at the time, who lived near the route. People said one of them had a crush on Tara. They said she didn't reciprocate. They were off, someone said, like the two brothers didn't know how to take a no for an answer. But they were never officially named. They were never arrested, and they were never questioned deeply. And today, they're still free. I don't think it was them. In 2008, the Valencia County Sheriff publicly admitted, "We may have had suspects early on, but mistakes were made." Mistakes. No warrants. No follow-ups. Not one arrest. Just years of silence and mistakes. But that white truck, it kept showing up in sightings: Texas, Arizona, Nevada. Always described the same way, always watching. It was never about chasing her down. It was about waiting. Whoever did this knew her route, her timing, her habits. And one day, one morning, they acted. Chapter 5. The Missing Time and the Map That Doesn't Lie. Valencia County Timeline Reconstruction. So let's go back over it if you're just coming in. Tara Calico, at the age of 19, went missing. She went on her normal bike ride as she did every morning between 9 and 9:30. That's the one fact that no one disputes. She had her Boston cassette in her Walkman, her yellow Sony headphones. Her mom had said, "Let me go with you today. It's a beautiful day for a bike ride." And Tara said, "No, I'm going alone." Her mom regretted that. She didn't come back. When Tara was not back by 12 o'clock, she usually came in around 11:30 and 12 o'clock, she was very punctual. And when she would tell her mother, Patty, that she would be home at 12 o'clock, that's what Tara meant. But this time, Tara did not come back. Patty got in her car, following her gut. She retraced her daughter's route. She knew that something was wrong. 10 miles out, 10 miles back, nothing. She saw nothing. Later that day, near mile marker 19, authorities found nothing. Then they went on another search 48 hours later, and they found a piece of Tara's Walkman in brush. They found a broken cassette. They found skid marks, what might have been bike tire scuffs, and silence. The official narrative ends there, but the map doesn't lie, because Highway 47 isn't remote. It's flanked by oil workers, county trucks, local commuters all day long, all of whom had to have passed through during Tara's window of her kidnapping. Yet, no one saw a scuffle. No one saw a bike dumped just a few feet away in the brush. No one heard a scream. And yet, the bike found just a few feet away. Broken headphones, broken cassette player, broken... Something isn't adding up there, is it? So where did she go? Let's work that timeline. If Tara was abducted around 10:30 a.m., as most sightings suggest, and if the pickup truck truly followed her for miles, then someone had plenty of time to grab her. And plenty of time to leave the area between 10:30 and 12 o'clock. That is a long time. That's an hour and a half. Well, 2 hours, in fact, between her last confirmed sighting and when her mother reached the same stretch of road. It was 120 minutes. That's enough time to get 97 miles west to Albuquerque, 139 miles south to Las Cruces, or disappear into reservation land where jurisdiction fragments like shattered glass. But there's more. A retired cartographer, decades later, tried recreating the route using GIS data, satellite overlays, and historic maps. He found a faint spur trail, an unmarked turnoff about 600 yards from where the cassette tape was found. It doesn't show on modern maps, but in 1988, it would have been a farm access road hidden by brush. A perfect place to ditch a bike, transfer vehicles, vanish into thin air. Why wasn't it searched? Because the timeline didn't support it. Because no dogs were brought in until 2 days later. Because evidence was left out in the open and the brush covered it. But Tara was smart. Remember that. Meticulous. And terrified, of course. Some theorize she dropped the cassette tape on purpose. The Walkman too, that she was trying to leave a trail. She knew she had no time, but she might have had 10 seconds. So she dropped what she could, and then they turned off the road. From that moment on, she vanished into the cracks. Chapter 6, The Photographs in the Trailer. New Mexico, early 2000s. This part of the story, it didn't surface until years after Tara had vanished. By then, her case had gone cold. The posters were yellowed. The tips had completely dried up. The Polaroid had become more urban legend than a lead. But then came a man and a trailer. A retired sheriff's deputy, name withheld, came forward with a statement. He said that in the early 1990s, a local boy had told him something strange. Said he was in a trailer outside town, rural Valencia County. Said it belonged to someone known, someone respected. Said inside the trailer were photographs, Polaroids, dozens of them. All of young girls, some bound, some gagged, some posing, but not smiling, like they'd been told not to move or else. He said one of them looked like Tara. The boy said he was told to leave the trailer, that he shouldn't have seen it. He said he tried to tell someone. No one believed him until years later when that former deputy finally spoke up. But by then, the trailer was long gone. Another rumor surfaced soon after that. A second Polaroid allegedly found in California. It showed a teenage girl bound and blindfolded, lying beside a man, his face partially obscured. The FBI analyzed it, couldn't verify anything, but those who knew Tara said the facial structure matched. Nothing came of it. No charges, no warrant, no search. The theory grew that Tara Calico had been trafficked, sold, moved, that she was part of a ring operating across state lines. Girls kidnapped, photographed, discarded, or passed along. The photos were proof or trophies. A whistleblower even claimed in a 2003 letter, "You're not looking for an unaliver. You're looking for collectors." No law enforcement agency ever confirmed the existence of these photos, but multiple private investigators, including former state agents, said they have heard the same whispers. And every time someone came forward, the trail went cold again. One man, a former cellmate of a suspect, claimed he saw a photo album in prison. Said it had Tara's name on the inside cover. When questioned by reporters, he disappeared. No record of transfer, no record of release, just gone. The Calico family tried to chase these leads. They begged for searches, for statements, for accountability. None came. But Patty never stopped believing the photos were real, because Tara would have fought. And maybe, just maybe, they kept her because she did, because she was a fighter. Chapter 7, The Confession That Slipped Through the Bars. Colorado State Penitentiary, late 1990s. He wasn't the first to claim he knew what happened to Tara, but he might have been the closest to the truth, and he said too much. His name has been removed from every public-facing document, but those who checked the case long enough know this. He was serving time in Colorado. Aggravated assault, parole violation, and possession. Nothing to make him notable at all, until the night he spoke to his cellmate, a man later described as a drifter with a conscience. That man would go on to tell his sister. His sister would tell the police, and what unraveled was ugly. The inmate said he once lived in Valencia County, New Mexico. He said he used to run with two brothers, local boys, the kind with money and tempers, the kind who didn't get questioned. He said that they had a thing for girls who said no, especially Tara Calico, who had told them no on several occasions. He said one of them was obsessed with her, tried to talk to her at the gas station, at the video rental store, outside school, and she brushed him off, and that was enough. He was angry. The inmate described a plan. Not murder, just scare her a little. Bang her up a little. Make her feel uncomfortable. Make her feel watched. Remind her who's in charge. But it got out of hand. This informant said that they followed her that morning in a truck, same as the witness descriptions. When she noticed, she sped up. They pulled in front of her, tried to box her in. She fought back, screamed, kicked, broke a mirror. They panicked. They hit her. She fell. She hit her head. Blood pooled in the dirt, but she was still alive. They shoved her in. He said they didn't plan what happened next. They didn't mean to take her, but they couldn't leave her at this point. So they loaded the bike, loaded her, and drove away. He claimed Tara was alive for several hours. Then she came to at once. She begged them to take her home. Then she tried to run again, and after that, he wouldn't say. He implied that a body was buried in a remote arroyo east of town, off a private ranch, with no public access. He drew a map. He marked a spot. Investigators followed up, and there was nothing. No remains, no disturbed earth, no evidence. The man recanted months later, said he made it all up, said he wanted out of solitary, said he was high when he told the story. But the map matched a spot search dogs had once alerted in 1990. That alert was never followed up, and the ranch belonged to the uncle of the same two brothers that the informant whispered about. No charges were filed, no warrants were issued. Another cold lead, another maybe, another almost. But that confession never stopped echoing. It matched too many things: the bike, the route, the brothers, and the blood. If it was true, Tara didn't die in the desert. She died knowing she wasn't being saved. Chapter 8. The sheriff who knew too much. Valencia County, 1990s to 2013. When Sheriff Rene Rivera took office, the Calico case was already freezing cold. The Polaroid had faded completely from the public eye. The press had moved on, but the Calico family didn't. They wanted answers, and Rivera gave them a response, a promise: we will find her. Years passed. In 2008, 20 years after Tara vanished, Rivera called a press conference. People assumed it was another plea, but what he said sent shockwaves across the county. We know what happened to Tara. We know who did it. He claimed 2 teenage boys, known to local law enforcement, had been following her that morning in a truck. He said they accidentally struck her, panicked, loaded her into the vehicle, and took her to an unknown location. He said that they unalived her and they buried her. He said that they even moved her body later. Then came the question, why haven't you made an arrest? Rivera paused and said, because we don't have a body. No physical evidence to support any of this, just statements. The Calico family was stunned. First person, a family member. I just remember when they said that, if you know who did it, then why haven't you named them? If you know who did this. But the sheriff wouldn't do it. Not publicly, not legally, not even after Tara's mother begged him in person. Investigators who worked the case say Rivera was sitting on names long whispered, names that matched the pickup truck rumors, names that matched the prison confession, but still no indictments. He never filed charges, never requested grand jury testimony, never pursued warrants against these 2 men, because he said there wasn't enough. But there was more to it, and the locals began to talk. They said Rivera knew the boys' families, and that is why he wasn't saying anything. That they had pull, that they had land, and more importantly, that they had money. That one of the suspects had a relative in county law enforcement, that the sheriff's department had once been called to a ranch days after the disappearance, and then never logged the visit that they had been there. In 2013, Rene Rivera retired as sheriff. He gave no further statements, and still the names remain completely sealed. You can feel it, can't you? The weight of truth held in a closed fist. The way silence becomes complicity. Because maybe the sheriff knew too much, and maybe that was the plan all along. Chapter 9. The Bones in the Wind. New Mexico Desert, 1996 to 2019. It was 1996. 8 years had passed. Tara was still missing. The Polaroid had long been sealed in a case file marked unconfirmed. And then, a hiker stumbled on something pale in the brush. Human remains. Skeletal. Scattered. Weather-worn. No skull. They were found in a remote arroyo just off a utility access road, roughly 30 miles from where Tara Calico was last seen, outside the official search grid, beyond the reasonable radius. Too far. Unless someone knew where to go. The authorities responded, bagged the bones, shipped them to the lab. Preliminary findings: female, late teens to early 20s. Approximate time of unalive, late 1980s. The Calico family waited for DNA, for answers. The tests were completely inconclusive. No dental records, no tissue left. The bones were too degraded, too long exposed. They couldn't say that it was her, but they couldn't say that it wasn't. So the remains were filed as Jane Doe, number 1397, a number, a ghost, stored and forgotten. In 2006, advancements in mitochondrial DNA testing brought the remains back into focus. The state sent out samples, re-examined fibers, still no match. But a forensic anthropologist noted one strange thing. The femur showed signs of healed trauma, a car accident injury. Tara had one too. Same leg, same area. Still, no confirmation. Then came 2019. An anonymous tipster sent a letter to a cold case investigator. It included coordinates to a location near the original discovery site, a name removed in released files, and a chilling sentence. You already found her once. You just didn't know where to look next. Authorities searched, of course, again, found nothing new. The trail had dried. The wind had scattered whatever was left. But somewhere out there in the wild corners of New Mexico lie bones with no name. Maybe hers, maybe another, maybe someone else that they forgot. But the desert doesn't care about names. It buries them with time and silence. Chapter 10. The Ones Who Still Look. Baleen, New Mexico. Present day. Tara Calico vanished on a Tuesday. A beautiful fall day. Clear blue sky, no clouds. But her mother vanished slowly. Patty fought for years. She held press conferences, taped posters, hunted down sightings. She stood in front of sheriffs and senators and stared them down with a mother's fire. She once said, if she's alive, she needs me. And if she's not, I need to know where she is. But the years didn't bring answers. Just more rumors, more whispers, more silence. Patty passed in 2006. She never knew what happened to her daughter, Tara Calico. Her husband, John, kept the search alive. He carried the photo of Tara everywhere, talked to every news crew that would listen. He said, I just want to bring her home. All we want is to bury her. But even that was never given to the family. Today, Tara Calico's case remains officially unsolved. There are no active suspects, no arrest warrants, no cold case unit dedicated to her name. But there are still those who look. There are still crime sleuths out there that will not give up. There are still family out there that will not give up. A cousin who runs the Tara Calico Facebook page, a childhood friend who still posts photos every September of Tara, private investigators, podcasters, journalists, creators, and locals who swear they still see their white pickup truck every so often. I don't know about that. Parked just outside town, engine running, no one inside. I don't believe that part, but the Polaroid still circulates. Theories still churn. Some say Tara was unalived that very day. Others believed that she lived, that she was sold into trafficking, that she was held, that she was moved, that she was silenced, and terribly, that she was used. But there's one fact that no one can deny. Tara was taken, not by fate, not by a ghost, by someone. Someone who still walks free, possibly. The Calico family never got to bury their daughter, but they did something else. They made sure that the world would remember her. And now, so will you. And that is the story, the true crime, unsolved case of Tara Calico. I don't think I'm going to be up for a second story, but I am going to hang around for a little bit so we can discuss it. That is just so sad that I don't know how that I had never not heard of this case, but it is just absolutely chilling and sad and terrible. I know for me, I think it would haunt me that I didn't push to go with her that day. I think that would haunt me so badly. Thank you. You are most welcome. It was you, Pom Mom. You were the one that suggested it, right? What did you think over there in YouTube land? Hey, Tracy, Jester, hanging out. Hey, Mary. Hey, Truth Positive. I mean, I don't know. I like to see y'all talking about the case over there. I'm just telling you, I know me. And if I sensed that something wasn't right, that something was amiss, you can bet my child is not walking out that door. Right, Robin, exactly. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Julie. I'm just saying, I know me, I'm stubborn. I'd be like, you're not going. Sorry. We'll get a membership for you at the Y and you can go and run in there or bike in there if you want, but I'm going to be right there with you. I'm just, I don't care how stubborn that my daughter is. I'm more stubborn. So, a mother's intuition for sure. Good night, Ray Ray. Good to have you here. Tomorrow night is Paranormal Wednesday. Hold the horn. Let me see something. Let me look at my calendar. Okay, next Wednesday will be the third Wednesday where you can come in and tell your paranormal stories. Hey, Tara. I'm just saying, you just cannot trust anyone. You just can't. I know, Firefly, seriously. Good night, Shirley. I was going to try to push it through, and then I looked at the time, and it was already 9:40, and, when I feel like this, I want to try to get in bed at a decent hour. I know, Teresa. I know. When my sister was murdered, they just didn't care. I remember them telling my mother that she was a grown adult, she could do what she wished, she could leave, she could move anywhere that she wanted to. We knew that, we just knew that something was wrong because she had abandoned her job, because she had did this, because she did that, which was completely unlike Paula to do. And then we found out that she had been brutally murdered, and we saw what the police do then. Thank you, AJ. You're welcome, XJ. Hey, Spitfire. I do. Trust your gut. Absolutely. I couldn't leave y'all hanging one more night. I was like, no. Thank you, Teresa. 12 years. Yeah, 12 years. She was, you can look it up. She was found in Greensboro, North Carolina. There was a maintenance man who had went over. Apparently, the church that she was found behind was up for sale, and there was a landscaper that went over there to cut the yard. It was all grown up, and she was found behind the church. She was unalived because of a gang initiation. There was an order that this guy could not join this particular gang until he had unalived a young woman that was blonde. That was the only criteria, and he watched her leave a shopping. He watched her walk out of a shopping center, saw the color of her hair, and he brutally murdered her. Hey, rotting savior. Thank you, Tara. He is in prison for the rest of his life. Hey, ask me, LOL. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Aw, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, yeah. When they found him by DNA, and the crazy part is when they found the DNA, he was already in prison. He was already behind bars. I don't feel like going through everything tonight as far as all the instructions. Just if you haven't followed on YouTube, please do so. We need 1,000 subscribers on there, and we're nearing it. We're nearing close to that 300 mark. So let's just keep pushing. Word of mouth is going to get that done with friends, family, co-workers, neighbors, mom and dad. You know, hey, go follow her. If you subscribe, it's completely free. Completely free. Thank you so much to everyone who has followed tonight. Oh, I thought I had to sneeze. Thank you to everyone who has followed tonight, everyone that has subscribed. Thank you so much. Everyone who has liked and sent up hearts. Thank you so much. We were so close to 200K, weren't we? Well, I still have a few more minutes. Thank you, Roby. Thank you for sharing the live. This crown wants to keep falling off tonight. I don't know why. Maybe my head is shrinking. I'm not sure. So let me press it out a bit tighter. There, that's better. Hello, Aurora. How are you, darling? Thank you, thank you. Hey, Legend of the 80s. The only thing that's going to help me feel better right now is some broth and probably some ginger ale and just laying down and watching a scary movie. uh, oh, thank you, Teresa. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Jess. How are you? Yeah, seriously, Tara. Thank goodness for that, right? So, what did y'all think of that story? Were there some of you that had never heard it before? Oh, thank you, Marilyn. So, right now, the movie of choice that I am watching is, it's actually, let me see if I can find it. I think it's called The Orphan, I think, but don't quote me on that. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. It's really good. It's creepy. In fact, it's so creepy that I've tried to watch it now and I've had to turn it off because it's just scary, but I love it. It's scary, but I love it. Does that make any sense? Let's see. Let's see. It should take me to what I'm watching. Horror comedies. I think it's called, I'm looking for supernatural horror. Let me see. I am really into ghost stories. And this one's pretty creepy. Supernatural. So jeez. The Orphanage. It's called The Orphanage, and it is, let's see. Yeah, it's called The Orphanage, and it's on Apple Plus. Thank you so much for tapping. Right, Tara, that wraps me up right there. It's scary, but I love it. Watch Dark Harvest. Hey, Sawtooth Jack, how have you been? I have not seen Sinners yet. One of the ladies that works for me was telling me about it. It's vampires, right? Absolutely, Pom. Yeah, it's called The Orphanage, and the only drawback about it, and some people probably do not like it, is it has subtitles. But I have been seeing a lot of really good movies lately that do have subtitles. So if you have the patience to sit there and read them, then I highly recommend that you do, because you can miss out on some really scary stuff. Now, the last movie that I said that I would highly recommend would be Ghost Stories, It is, I think it's British, and it's terrifying. It's just called Ghost Stories, though. Don't be fooled, because it is terrifying. It's scary. I was jumping while I was in the bed. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch Sinners this weekend. Thank you, Salttooth. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it. I can't believe that I haven't seen it already, but I've heard it's really, really good. They really are. Truly are. What did I do? Back to 10. Oh, that's cool. There we go. Mary, Mary, quite contrary. I love it. Hey, Mia, over in YouTube land. The last thing that I will say is I'm really trying to build our presence on TikTok. And so I would request, please, as my night dwellers, to please watch any video that is posted, any video that's posted by me, Julie, Kimmy, XJ, whoever else is posting content. Please watch the video all the way through. TikTok loves engagement, and I have been putting this theory to the test, and I have been seeing some numbers rising. So I would request that you watch the video all the way through. Click the copy link so the TikTok algorithm thinks it's being shared. Then save it, that little bookmark, tap it to turn yellow, and then please leave a comment. No emojis. Emojis destroy anything that we are trying to do, because the TikTok algorithm picks up on it and thinks it's a bot. And so if it thinks it's a bot, it's not going to push out squat. So please just say, I love your videos, Bryn. I love your videos, guys. I love everything about Twisted Tales Live, anything like that. And then if you haven't followed, hit that follow button and the notification bell and never miss another Twisted Tales Live. I appreciate it. And like it, heart it, please. That's gonna help us out a lot too. Oh, come on, I wanted to thank my gifters. All right, I want to thank Debbie, Jess, XJ, Erwin, love your name. I'm gonna end up putting it in a book. Kimmy, Carissa, Ask Me, LOL. Your name makes me laugh. Hey, Wolves Whisper, thank you so much for the hearts. Spitfire, Magic Moon. Hey, honey, I didn't know you were in here. Salty Jack, thank you so much. Pom Mom One. Roby, thank you. Hey, Jackie, how are you, proud military mom? Lulu, hey, honey, how are you? Karen Coleman, France, always good to see you. Zoe, Carissa, hey, darling. Marilyn, Brandy Joe, Kristen, Cece, Rosie, Martha, thank you. Pom Pom One, I think I've already said. Leslie Marie, Julie, Amy, thank you, honey. Kimberly. Now remember, tomorrow night is Paranormal Wednesday. And tomorrow, for the next 5 Wednesdays, with the exception of next Wednesday, because it will be Paranormal Night Dweller Night, I am going to be sharing the first 5 chapters of The Haunting of Hastings House live. So tomorrow night, you're going to hear the first chapter of The Haunting of Hastings House, plus another paranormal story. So that should be a lot of fun, and it will be on YouTube, so you'll be able to go back and watch it and decide if you want to buy the whole story on Amazon or Audible or what have you. Thank you, Trace. Thank you, Jester. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Kimmy, I see you over there. Awesome. It's in your cart, Roby. You might want to go ahead and buy it once you hear the first 5 chapters. Oh, good. And then, of course, we know what Thursday night is. That bears no introduction. We all know what that is. Not tonight, Tacoma. I am not feeling well. That's the reason that I cancelled last night. But I did push for one story tonight at least. Hopefully tomorrow night I will be raring and ready to go. I am, Julie. Hey, Brooklyn. Teresa, my YouTube is, I think you can look it up at Twisted Tales Live, but I believe it is, you can also look it up at Bryn Morgan Haunt, I believe. Can someone please post that for me? We need YouTube followers. That's right, Julie. Thank you so, so much. If it thinks it's a bot, it ain't gonna post squat. That's true, Tara. I'm a poet, and I did not know it. You are most welcome. Aw, thank you all for getting me there. I'm sorry for sore fingers. I know, Tara, I know. Hey, Tammy Weber, how are you? Yes, I'm going to go and have some more energy for tomorrow. I love you all. You're absolutely fabulous. Thank you for hanging in there with me tonight for the true crime case. And it was a pretty long one. So, you're welcome, Pom Mom. Most welcome. So I'm going to leave you all. I will have my phone if you want to come and subscribe to the channel and talk or Night Dweller chat or something. I'll be sitting there while I'm eating some food. What, did you really, Debbie? You know, that was something that I truly enjoyed and I want to do it again. He was just something, he was fabulous. And we just kind of gelled, and the live was just really smooth, no bumps, and there was just a great atmosphere. It was supercharged, and I absolutely loved it. I'll do it again. You are most welcome, Aurora. Good to have you here. Tacoma, my YouTube name is at Bryn Morgan Haunt. You can, I looked it up though at Twisted Tales Live. We have officially locked that name in, so nobody is taking Twisted Tales live. It is official. It is the name of the show. Oh, thank you. Ask me, LOL. At Bryn Morgan Haunt. And like I said, some people said they found it under Twisted Tales Live. Some said they found it under at Bryn Morgan Haunt. Oh, thank you. So once we get to 300, then we're gonna push. We're gonna push on to 350, and then we're gonna go to 4, and then we're just gonna keep building and building and building and building. Just please like, share, repost, save. All right, all. I love you all. I'm gonna go, and I will see you all tomorrow night at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern for Paranormal Wednesday. Ta-ta. Thank you, Sawtooth Jack. Thank you, thank you. Bye.